I'm here. What should I play first? I have Living End built. That was in the showcase 15th place. Only almost 400-person tournament. There's an affinity list that got 8th in the challenge that I think is really interesting. Running Salvage Titans. And quad weapons manufacturing. I was thinking, yeah. You played my Sultai Badger mold deck at your local Legacy last week? Oh, not my list, but you're right. That deck does fuck. Pretty solid thing, huh? Hey, sup, SG Phillip. Yeah, I was thinking I would play this deck through. I've played with weapons manufacturing. I haven't played with Salvage Titan. It looks interesting. Looks very all-in, huh? With quad weapons manufacturing. And then I've been meaning to play these Eldrazi lists with the quad Ice Till. Ice Till really appeals to me. Very Caleb sort of card. And I like the idea of getting in a run with this Living End list. Pretty straightforward. I haven't played with Press the Enemy, though. I keep on seeing it as a one-of. It seems sweet, and you get a Living End trapped in your hand. Let's start with that Eldrazi deck. Alright, so I've played a bit of Eldrazi Ramp. The original shell here has remained pretty much the same, right? Quad, Utopia Sprawl, Talismans, Malevolent Rumbles, Microspawn. Kozilek's Command providing multiple different card types in the graveyard for Emrakul. Really helps you just like ramp up, play your Emrakul, win the game. Really good in a lot of different matchups. I haven't really played with Ugin in the deck much, and I haven't played with Ice Till Explorer in the deck at all. So those are going to be new factors for me. This list also has more of a Microspawn utility package than when I was playing with the original lists back in the day. Cavern of Souls, Bojuka Bog, that sort of thing. Ghost Quarter being particularly good with the Ice Till in some matchups. I dig the Unholy Heats. We're already filling up our graveyard for the Emrakul. It's just going to be a quality removal spell. Makes sense. It's intuitive. Kozilek's Command being multiple types in the graveyard again. Just going to be easy. I think we're a little low on forests for Utopia Sprawl. I think we got like 10 in here if you count out the fetches, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 with Commercial District. I guess that's not so bad. I wouldn't mind more, though. As always. As always is the case, I would not mind more. The sideboard seems pretty clear, pretty clean. Kozilek's Return, classic in these sort of decks. Was main decked during like the Nadu period. Really good against Boros Energy, for example. Deal 2 damage to each creature, and then whenever you cast an Eldrazi creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, you can exile it from your graveyard. If you do, deals 5 damage to each creature. Well, we're playing Eldrazi that cost 7 or greater. So how about that, huh? How about that? We got Magus of the Moon, which seems like an interesting card in your Eldrazi ramp deck, right? You're shutting off your Ugin's Labyrinths, your Eldrazi Temple. You only have a few basics in here. Why would we want to play Magus of the Moon, right? The deck actually handles Magus of the Moon and Blood Moon effects very well. We've got Talisman of Impulse producing colored mana. We got Utopia Sprawl that ideally we want to put on a basic forest anyway, and then that can produce more green for us. It does make Kozilek's Command a little awkward. Now we're leaning on Talisman and Malevolent Rumble for colorless mana. There's no wastes in here. I have seen lists, I've played lists that played quad Prismatic Vista, and then actually played a few wastes, so you could play Blood Moon effects alongside Kozilek's Command. Which is interesting, but it takes a lot of slots, right? It takes a lot of slots to play, like, actual waste to Vista up. You're not searching out commercial districts. Anyway. Obviously, you're intending to hurt the opponent with your Magus of the Moons more than yourself, so... Tron, Amulet Titan, that sort of thing. Fade from History is one that I haven't played very much, but makes sense against Affinity, right? You just play it, nuke their board, GG. They get a bear. Have a nice bear. Nature's Claim, a little bit more diverse, coming in a few more different matchups. Maybe like anybody with Urza's Saga, you're going to try Nature's Claiming. And then Trinisphere, of course, at its best against the Storm combo opponents, but there might be a few matchups where I don't mind bringing in Trinisphere on the play, and then the outside chance of turn 2ing it. Alright, let's give it a spin, huh? Let's give it a spin. Hey, Elite Troll, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 57 months. Does Ghost Counter count as the 12th Forest? It does not, no. No. There's certainly decks where you want to go self-Ghost Quarter, but those are typically decks that are recurring lands from the graveyard, which I guess we can do with Ice Till. Or, you know, if you have indestructible lands, right? Ghost Quarter your own Darksteel Citadel. And then just use it as a painless fetch. No dismembers here. I mean, we got quad Unholy Heat. I think that's just the that removal slot, I'm Rando loves this list mostly because it has so many 4-ofs. It does have a lot of 4-ofs, doesn't it? More than I'm used to mucking with. And then it's only got one Devourer of Destiny, a card that I would have thought would be at least a 3 of. Just have it. Just draw it in your opener. You only need the one. The Fetch a Plains legendary one with Ghost Quarter. Oh, yeah, Flagstones. Yeah. Yeah, way to crack a Flagstones for sure. Hey, we got an opponent. Oh yeah, Flagstones can fetch like surveil lands. Kind of cool. I don't know how excited I'm supposed to be about this hand. I'm gonna keep it, but yeah, I don't know. Having no handy green mana seems a bit iffy to me. I can't even Unholy Heat that Delighted Halfling. Kozilek's Command would be an amazing draw, though. We could do a lot with that one. First game of the day. Hoping I didn't just keep an embarrassingly bad one that does nothing. We just gotta rip. We gotta rip Not Ice Till Explore. Yeah, it's not Tron, right? We could just go turn 4 Hardcast Ugin off of Temple Ugin's Labyrinth Ghost Quarter. Something tells me that's not going to be a winning line. Well, and so it continues. Oh yeah, Temple doesn't even cast Ugin, because Ugin's not an Eldrazi. Well, I guess we're just sitting here watching them play cards then. Yeah, opponent's doing Yogg stuff. Looks similar to the list that did well this last weekend. In the showcase. Or was it the showcase? I think it was just the regular challenge. Pretty big difference. 4-person tournament versus... Alright. It's kind of a dud of an opening keep. There's a little bit of like an engine start sort of thing when I play a deck that I haven't played in a while. Where it's just like getting in the right mind frame, keeping the right kind of hands. It's like the leaving a car out in the cold and then needing to fire it up. I think I'm going to trim bank Ice Tills, even though that's the card I'm most excited to test out in the deck. I still need to make room for these Kozilek's returns, and they're probably the most awkward with those. Leave all the removal in. I don't think Bojuka Bog does a ton. Because we can't get it out at instant speed or anything. I'm going to just cut it. Now this is much more like it. We're actually going to lead on the Talisman. And then if we top deck an untapped land, we can microspawn onto. And if we don't top deck an untapped land, then it's going to be the same turn 2 as if we led on the district, right? With Rumble plus our land drop. Affinity, I'm rando. Affinity. We're going to rumble here before we lay the commercial district down. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll leave that on top. I won't be hitting my land drop next turn, but maybe that just doesn't matter that much. Yeah, you're asking about Fade from History? It destroys all artifacts and enchantments, not just enchantments. Back to Nature, the card that you mentioned only hits enchantments. Did you miss the Once Upon a Galaxy bonus stream? That was Saturday night. It was a good stream. We went for like almost 2 hours. Opponent is well off to the races over there, huh? Oh, I guess I was supposed to hit the Overgrown Tomb, huh? Because they, like, get their swamp back this way. I was thinking it would be better to hit the creature because of the remove one creature for Birthing Ritual. But I think that was poor. I should have hit the Overgrown Tomb, taken him off an actual land, instead of just, like, remove a 1/1 from the board. That just matters way less. Opponent's pretty close to Yogg comboing, and I do not really have any removal or anything like that. Hell yeah, Prince. Glad you're stoked about the modern streams. You briefly got top 8 on wins in the new season. Now you need a long break. I could, if there's demand. I mean, there were people asking about Once Upon a Galaxy last night. If there's demand, I could see streaming some tonight. If folks are around later. Alright, we can just scoop to that. It's good enough. Yeah, our game 2 draw was a lot better in terms of, like, actually developing onto the board and stuff. I didn't really want to watch my opponent draw their whole deck, or however many cards they wanted to. If you can land Emrakul immediately, right, then you can kill them when they've got the Yogg stuff, if they haven't managed to actually kill you. But we just, like, weren't in a spot where we could play Emrakul off the top. This hand's interesting. You can cycle the Kozilek's command for free. The Eldrazi Temple can tap for 2 mana to cycle it. I think it's a mull. I do like that you can play the Unholy Heat off the Talismans. I like the Rumble can juice up the Unholy Heat. It's certainly better than the first canned I kept in the that first match. Sure. I don't love it, but we do have this Devourer to try and find us. Find us the sauce. Yeah, the more popular this red-green list got, the lower my win rate got with it. Sometimes they play counters, so I guess I'm just going to Unholy Heat now. Yeah, that's the downside to Unholy Heating as a sorcery, is now they can dash a van in, if that's their best play. It's kind of good that their best play is to just dash van over and over again, though. Kinda. Their hand could just be a pair of Tribal Flames. Hey, Del Vibrio. Thanks to the 79 months there. I like that Ice Till can't get boltered, I guess. Just hard casting another ley line. Wow. Not ideal, And I'm just over here playing out a redundant 2-4. I mean, if I draw like a fetch here or something, they could become less redundant. Nice. And that self-mill is so good with the Emrakul, 6 tarps in the bin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 6 is Emrakul mana. Is that better than Siring? We could like exert the Arena of Glory, launch a Ragavan into our things, make sure they don't Tribal Flames my face. Yeah, I guess that'll make sense. So this is a matchup that I like always have an awkward time figuring out how to sideboard for. And for a brief period of time, it was like the deck to beat, or one of the deck to beats in Modern, this Zoo deck. And now I feel like I face it like every other day of streaming or something like that. So it's like not enough to like actually get a good sideboard plan down for him. Just not enough reps. Hey, SM Cardi 313, thanks for the sub. Hope you're doing well too. I'm kind of interested in Fade from History. They've got those ley lines, and they're also playing those flyers. And Fade just clears all of it. I feel like Kozilek's Return doesn't add its base kill that much. And Magus the Moon is tempting, but I feel like it gunks up kind of both decks equally. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, the issue with Magus the Moon is that you're fighting that weird leyline timing thing. And they just have like a bunch of burn, right? I think Magus is here mostly for decks that can't get rid of it that easily. I feel like the opponent's deck can get rid of it pretty easily. I think I'm going to play Fade from History. I think I'm just going to play like 1 or 2, though. Our main plan, just ramp it up. I'm just going to play 1 as a random out, I guess. Your understanding is they board out Leyline Binding in this matchup? Sure, but they still got the flyer. That's an artifact. And they still have the Leyline of fixing their mana base. So it still hits a lot, I think. Yeah, this thing. I think that Ragavan's gonna get to connect a few times here. I guess it depends on what I rip. Like any soul land, and then Kozilek's Man's a pretty fine answer. Hey, there we go. Yeah, unsure if I should command on upkeep or after the draw. Last time I got kind of burned for doing it early. If you wait longer, they have a higher chance of drawing a counter, though. And then afterward, obviously we're going to choose the removal mode on Ragavan, but do we rather have a spawn or a card is the next question. I'm not super sure. Excuse me. Basically thought it just hurt me a little bit too much here. This commercial district has been pretty poops. So you have 8 mana on board. I'm just going to let this happen. I think I'm going to Kozilek's Command. Oops, nope, I'm going to do that. I was gonna say my original plan was to Kozilek's Command for full on my turn, just make a bunch of tokens. And then I drew Sowing, and that's just a little bit more exciting. Doing fair things today. Some fair stuff. If that's how you describe casting Emrakul the Promised End. Sure thing, boss. Ooh. This is Emrakul. Why not, huh? So the binding will prevent me from getting to eat the Charma, I guess. And opponent controls. Yeah, it's like all opponent controls. I can't really do anything with this. Wow. Just have actual nothing here. All right. Well met. I don't think binding on a sprawl is a waste here. Like, currently I have exactly enough mana to play an Emrakul. Why would I want to Stone Rain myself? Binding on a Mycospawn. They're at 7 life over there. We have 2 3/3s. I want them to have to spend their turn and their mana doing that shit. I don't want to. I don't want to play their cards for them here. Sire just wins aside from the Tribal Flames. Well, then why does casting Leyline Binding help the Sire win over Voltage? Why does that? Why does that impact that play that you're recommending? I understand it's word 7 and they're at 7. Why is playing the Leyline to exile a Utopia Sprawl conductive to winning with Sire? It doesn't interact with Sire. I still understand how word 7 life works. Costs less than Emrakul? Right, but why would I want to remove Emrakul as a potential line? Why would that be a thing that I would want? So the Sprawl is free. I think I'm just going to play Emrakul here. Hey, Spawn, thanks for the 96 months. You got it. I don't think we can microspawn into the Sire. Right now, there's one Eldrazi temple left. Oh no, there's not. I'm just gonna cast the damn Sire. Yeah, and they couldn't grab. They couldn't have drawn Leyline Binding and a counter, so the Sire's resolving. Yay. If Kavu had trampled, could we apportion the damage weirdly? I don't think so. You don't have to assign trample, you can assign all the damage to a blocker. But that's not really weirdly. It's just you controlling the damage. Sure. Currently don't have an imprint for the Ugin's Labyrinth. The hand's not particularly explosive. But we got removal, rumble, things. I think I'm just going to Talisman and Rumble here. I'm going to fetch out the Surveil land. If they target the spawn, which they should do, you want to sack in response. If you fizzle the Bowmaster trigger, then they don't get a 1-1. I'm attacking for 4, I go down to 12, I crack down to 11, get a Surveil land. Oh, they're doing something. Oh, nice. I actually got to spoil this card. Is that the last card I got to spoil? I don't know. Oh, it'd be so sick if they gave me a card for Lorwyn. That set looks awesome. I'm really excited for that one. Seems very meme. Interesting. So you could Ice Till and get some land drops in. Or you could just kick this Myco Spawn. I think I'm just supposed to kick the damn Myco Spawn, huh? If you have 6 mana exactly, it's hard not to. I was supposed to grab Ghost Quarter there, actually, with the ice still in hand. That's an interesting thought. The last track was by Opeth. He was also a 5/5 Hibbity long years, so it wasn't really a way to split it to like save 2/3/3s. Like the original question, I was taking as a hypothetical, not as a actual question about the game that was played. Yeah, the 4/4 had flying. That's why the Emrakul blocked that one. Oh, you're fine, Hibbity long years. Is an interesting discussion. Hmm. Hmm. So the question is, do you return immediately so they can't use the halfling mana, or do you wait to see if they play out more stuff? And I think the answer for me is just jam. Sure. So that's going to shut off my Myco spawn. But it will not shut off this Kozilek's command. So I guess we let this trigger. If I had gas to play, I'd be tempted to make tokens. Oh, that is off it. I think if they could see my hand, they would maybe not have scooped there. we weren't necessarily doing anything for a bit. When you've got nothing going on and your opponent starts firing off Kozilek's commands and they still have 5 cards in hand or whatever, and it is certainly tempting to concede, though. Don't blame them. 2 turns away from getting the Ugin back and playing it. Like, if my hand is all lands. I guess. Like, ideally their deck would be able to win with a few draws too, right? Like, you just get Yogg online somehow. If I make spawns? Yeah, I didn't make spawns, though. That's not a hypothetical. That's not. That was known info. What's our main goal for next turn? Rip Solan, kick Mycospawn. That's a pretty good goal. Rude. I think I'm just going to play Mycospawn here. You could play the Kozilek's command and try and set up a kicked Mycospawn. Oh, I tapped like an idiot. But I think ramping into a larger Kozilek's command also makes sense. Another Domain Zoo gamer. Yeah, one did well kind of recently. Joshua. Bidding multiple prismatic endings. Feeling a little less zoo-ish, huh? Wondering if this is a opponent that's playing a bunch of counters that I need to get weird with like Kozilek's command with, or I can just pass here. I mean, even if you sorcery speed the Kozilek's command, if they're playing like Force of Negation, they can still get you. I'm just gonna pass. Yeah, the only reason I know Joshua is, one, from playing a little bit of that limited format, but mostly because it shows up in Standard sometimes. The Naya Enchantment Recursion deck. Oh, you think they're moon misting? Maybe I shouldn't have let them untap with it then. Riddle me this. I'm pretty sure Moon Mist works with any creature that has a backside. Especially that creature, Bill. Hmm. Hey, Mr. Krasny C. 1-6 short of greatness. I'll cheers you on your way. A noble goal indeed. Kozilek's Command actually generates mana, right? With 2 temples. Hey, Master Mike. Is this really going to be a thing? The consecutive watch streak thing? I don't know. I don't know how long that one's going to last. So, with old school exile effects, there'd be 2 blocks of text. There'd be a comes into play trigger and a leaves play trigger. And that trick would not work in that case. The leaves play trigger would resolve, then the comes into play trigger would resolve, and you would still lose the Ugin, but then permanently. Because it's just 1 block of text, if you answer it with the trigger on the stack, it's just not going to happen. It's just not gonna be a thing. Wasn't surprised to see a 3rd Leyline, because the first 2 they just like fired off on random mana rocks. The Riddler. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, friend. Hope you're having a good Monday too, Simply Cole. Does Moon Mist kill Baby Jace? Oh yeah, or more relevant, Tameo, huh? That card sees a shitload of play. Tammy's not a human? Oh, well, less relevant. Bolton the Ugin, keep it from Alton. Makes sense to me. 4 card types in the bin. This is 10. Well. People do not like having their turns controlled, I tell you what. I'm not convinced that my opponent's moon misting. They kind of seem just like a regular Omnath control deck. And I don't really like any of this stuff against regular old Omnath control. Maybe Magus, but not really. I'm just gonna resubmit. Heat's not amazing, but at least I can kill an Omnath or whatever. And Bojuka Bog's not amazing either, but they do play red and 6, if I have the read on their archetype correct. How dare they not moon mist? I like how chat's like immediately think 4 colors, they gotta be moon misting. Like, what? Everyone's content poisoned. Why are they not moon misting? You think you'd only play Joshua if you're moon misting? Does the moon mist list typically play Solitudes and Omnaths? I can certainly see playing Joshua as just like a random value card and then flips into a life gainer. The loot is kind of good with red and 6 if you are playing a red and 6. Okay. Some people are testing out Moon Mist with the new 4-color ally card that like flips into a 5/5. I don't know. It doesn't seem very good to me. With the powers of Moon Mist, I have turned my 4/4 into a 5/5. You had someone Moon Mist your Witch Enchanter into a land? Well, that's hilarious. Oh, Joshua. I assume they've got counters. I'm just going to do this now. Seems like a good one to resolve. Yeah, Joshua, probably easier to cast than Seasoned Pyromancer in the opponent's deck. And it puts a similar amount of stats into play. You got me. Doesn't have a Flage, doesn't have a Bolt, yeah. Nope, I was wrong. They're moon misting. I was super incorrect. I'm a single card type in the bin from being able to play this Emrakul. I think I'm just supposed to play Sire and pass. Taste the miss, Caleb. Taste it. Oh, I'm tasting. I like how I created all these reasons to play Joshua that weren't moon mist based. Nope, wrong. Mistin', we're mistin'. You fool. You absolute rube. Shocking. So again, we're going to sack. This way they don't gain 3 life. Because the trigger will fizzle. Does keep me off Emrakul this turn. Could be pretty real. Oh yeah, I would have had some trouble here too. Like you just like have 6 damage. Decision to kill 2 spawns instead of go face. It's kind of tricky actually. We have 3 card types in the bin. Well, I guess we see what they draw, Emrakul doesn't really feel winning if you're like taking the hit down to 1 life. Because of the Flage in the graveyard. Oh, they're just bringing back Flage anyway. Feels like I should have had something roll in that game. Maybe if the first Kozilek's command kills their 3/4, you have a little bit more time. Would I like to play first? You better believe I'd like to play first. This is them all, though. Sure. Let's keep this spin heat. We did not see any counters out of them. That doesn't mean they don't have any. There's going to be the, pretty much everybody's sideboards, the counter a colorless card with Replicate. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. Like, regular Omnath decks would. Yeah, Consign, that's the card. One Surveil land, please. Kind of need soul lands, so I'm going to bin. Very slow development on my part, Even if they hadn't exiled the 1-drop, like I'd just be playing a regular sowing here. Yeah, riddle it up. That 2/4 would play really well here. Just bridge me from a little bit of mana to a little bit of mana. Bolting it up. More Mycospawn would have been solid. Or a mana off this Ugin. I guess I'll do this. Irritating card. Talisman, a little bit worse than a land there. This is just red green Eldrazi Diabor. That's all we're jamming. I built it in paper back in the Nadu meta. Thought it was really good, and then kind of stopped performing well with it. I don't know what it is. Getting that Omnath mana, sure. Hey, there we go. Only 12 mana towards Emrakul, but you can still get one to resolve. Get this Omnath off the board. Draw a card. Ooh, hello. Yeah, you want to get your Heath Fetch in? Well, you still control it, Moonmist Ephemerate. I feel like we cast it, huh? Like, they're just gonna cast it. Oh, they don't draw the cards? Is this spell zoo cast cost less to cast? Probably shouldn't have attacked. Being of each upkeep. Oh, you untransform, I see. Yeah, I regret attacking and giving them a card, but it's just inexperience. Inexperience with Avatar Aang. Yeah, I should just Moon Misted Ephemerated past. I think the Myco Spawn's gonna hit their Hollowed Fountain. Could try digging to find a buyback win con if they're playing any. Yeah, I think that has a high chance of just failing miserably, You like Ren targeting itself better than pinging? Sure. Probably better than self-pinging. Joshua. I don't have Flage, so I guess I don't grab Bog. It does make Flage worse off the top. I guess I'm grabbing, like, Ghost Quarter. Just popping lands. I've removed your blue source. Here, I have a blue source. I mean, they can get it back with, they could have fetched out the island with Flooded Strand anyway. Commence the riddling. Gotta say, don't love my win rate or my win chances from here. Maybe Unholy Heat sucks. It got stranded in my hand twice in this match. Like, I don't even have Delirium right now. think I should have left Eldrazi Temple untapped. I'm fine conceding. Yeah, draws where you don't have Malevolent Rumble. Unholy Heat feels a lot like a shock. I very briefly tried playing blue in this deck for stock up. Kind of a real card. Could have rebought a fetch to look at their list. Could have, but that would have put their Ren and 6 up to like 6 or something. Like it would have been very close to alting, right? I don't think you gain much from seeing like the pile of value cards in their list. I guess if you're debating whether to like try and go for a combo kill and kill them, I think I'm like kind of obviously like not familiar enough with their deck to go for that kind of a line though. For that to be the right call. And the fizzle rate there is very high, so if you go for it, and then they just have like this pile of bodies that you played for them before giving them an extra turn. Seems quite bad. Yeah, I got that bundle. People were saying that if they had a buyback win con, it might have been possible to kill them with it. And that's dependent on you drawing their one of or whatever it is. When the cards that you have to combo with on board were just 3 draw 1 value creatures. Didn't love it. Did not love that idea. It would have soothed your curiosity. Yeah, I don't know why content creators don't just main deck Surgical Extraction. So all the viewers will just know. They'll just know. All the time, they'll have a heads up. Could run out Ice Till, which blocks Ragavan. I kind of want to play Ice Till with a land drop available, so I'm not going to do that. Yep. Yeah, JRC, people that know the deck list are saying that it exists and people play it. It's not something that I would question. Oh, you're just pumping the creatures infinitely? Well, that wouldn't even be great, would it? The last match seems like a rough matchup if you have a slow start. Yeah, I don't know about that Fists of Thor. I don't think I think if you're playing the deck that's quad Emrakul the Promised End, you're just kind of setting up for a good matchup against mid-range opponents. I think I'm going to let them connect here. But I do think this deck looks pretty bad against everybody when it has a slow start. I just don't think it's like matchup specific at all. Not even a little bit. Is not MTGO offline ATM. Is not your question answered thusly? Born in the tank. Maybe about what to do about this Ice Till Explorer. Whether they want to launch the Ragavan in and then finish it off with the Flage or something. Waiting for Magician in the Making. Oh yeah, you better believe I'm blocking. Okie dokie. Sure. So they had double 3-min charm, and they're killing an Eldrazi token in the Ice Till. Well, it does keep me off this Sire. Oh, wait, I could have Emerald, right? No. Emerald costs 8. The Dashavan. I remember back in the day playing Tron against like Blood Moons. Your opponent goes Blood Moon on turn 3. You're like, okay. O-Stone. Land number 4. Land number 5. Is this fine? Never seemed to matter much. Blood Moon's almost better versus like the. Well, I mean, it's great against Amulet if you can land it in the right time, can win games. But I feel like it's almost better versus like the 3-color mid-range decks. So we can 7 them to 10, and then a Johnny, the Sire, to put them to 3. It's funny if they just like have a bolt, right? Quad blocking. Quad blocking doesn't do anything. Come and cast Emmy here. Yeah, so a few turns ago I said Emmy costs 8. And we went Sire, and then the next turn we drew a land. So all that math's already been done. Which is why I wasn't rehashing it. I was just talking about thinking about what I wanted to do on their sweet, sweet turn. So we're gonna leave Bog in. I've against Yawgmoth type decks, I've been cutting Bog. But they do have Flage, so I guess it stays. I guess I'm just doing this. I still was great that game. Obviously not cutting an Unholy Heat. Icefall is your favorite card printed in the last 5 years. That's a really sweet one. I like that card a lot too. I was saying at the start of the stream, it's a very me card. The Kozilek's Return's interesting. Do you want to try to milk it? Probably not, because Guide of Souls can grow stuff out of its range pretty quickly. I might just collect a 2-for-1 here. Might do nothing like that, actually. I think I'm gonna Talisman and then Unholy Heat that Guide. Keep meaning to run ads during sideboarding and keep super forgetting because my brain's immediately like, ooh, sideboarding. What am I going to do? Still have not mastered that particular streamer skill. Old dog, new tricks, all that biz. Well, that fucking sucks. This voice victory was great. So sorcery, instant Eldrazi. I think we say no. Huh. Briefly thought about just putting the sewing to hand. Then I also considered holding on to the labyrinth in case I draw something to imprint. But I think I just want to make sure I can command next turn. I'm going to sack this and it'll deny them energy production at least. Because the spell fizzles here. I'm a mana short of being able to exile the Ragavan. Next turn, maybe. No, they exiled my Emrakul. Ooh. Possible I should have fired that off sorcery speed, actually. The Kozilek's command. Take my land drop. Opponent's is done. Yeah, I was planning on chumping the Ragavan. Cool. Well, there's Eldrazi. I am going to take a quick break here. Go grab some water, go to the bathroom. I'm going to jam a 3-minute ad break, and then I'll turn off ads for the next hour. I won't have to worry about it. I'll come back, we'll figure out what we're going to do next. Probably this affinity list. Probably this sick affinity list. See you all soon. All right, I've returned. Got some water, got a bathroom break in. Good stuff. So I played a reasonable amount of these emissary affinity lists. Most of my testing with weapons manufacturing was when it was a newer card, and there were a bunch of builds people were just trying out. A couple did well in various events. I did not try Salvage Titan, though. This list seems like very in on weapons manufacturing. It seems sweet, right? Sack 3 artifacts rather than pay its mana cost. And you can get it back by exiling cards in the graveyard. It almost feels like there should be some kind of a loop there, huh? With weapons manufacturing and Salvage Titan. Sack 1 Salvage Titan to help pay for the next one. Need to have stuff in the graveyard. List is sexy. It seems sweet. It seems like different enough from other affinity lists that I've played. I don't think there's a ton that I need to go into in terms of like how the deck plays. Emissary and weapons manufacturing are both things that spit out free artifacts if you're playing a bunch of zeros that turn afterwards. So they kind of fill a similar role. In this case, dumping a bunch of artifacts in play for Kappa Cannoneer to come down super quick. This list also has Emery for recurring artifacts and just like having a draw engine. Maybe more likely to have a grindy weapons manufacturing game. The triple Claws of Gix is wild to me. We're just like all in on that, right? We have quad engineered explosives. Usually you only see a single Claws of Gix to tutor up with Urza Saga. Triple Claws of Gix means they want to draw that card naturally. They just like want that card. 21 zeros. That's so many. That's so fucking many. Anyway, this is a list that just got 8th in the most recent challenge. Thought it looked cool. Gonna give it a spin. Why the Stupors? Singing to Stupor? So I actually think one of them, at least one of them, should be the land that channels. But it's just a land in the mana base that can bounce things. The advantage that the channel land has, Odawara, the advantage that Odawara has over Singing to Stupor is that when you need to play it as a land, you don't have to bolt yourself. You don't have to take 3 damage. And while it does cost 1 more, assuming you don't have an Emery in play, it's also uncounterable, so that comes up. You want to bounce your opponent's Murktide, buy yourself some time. Not getting Spell Pierced is a real thing. Anyway, I think that's like the one like obvious thing that I would tweak about the list is I would have a single Odawara in over one of the 3 Singing to Stupors, but they're just spell lands. They're just lands that have value that you can cast. Help prevent you from flooding out. Very common for affinity decks to play them and then have Force of Negation in the sideboard, which we don't have, but still a versatile land. If this hand had a Mox, we could turn one that. Toidle. Almost want to hold on to explosives in case I want to play it on 1, huh? Meh. And I think I'm going to be cracking both these baubles. Do one before their draw here. Commence the cutting. Binning mutagenic growth. Are there any waterbending cards that could slot into this? I don't think so. Most of them, the issue with waterbending cards is they have that upfront cost. Like, 3 mana is a shitload for a deck like this. Much less, like, the 5 mana for the truly powerful ones. So I could quad block the Dragon's Rage Channeler. It goes really bad if they have a mutagenic growth. They played their land. I don't think they play Gutshot. Gutshot would be a weird one. I kind of want to trade with the DRC is the thing. I'm gonna offer here. They do have mutagenic growth number 2. At least they're playing it now. They're not playing it to help trigger Quarry Steel on a future turn or when they have more prowess creatures. I'm glad I didn't crack both baubles, huh? Ooh. Do I play around the 3rd mutagenic growth? Is a real question. A real question I'm asking. Interesting line. We could salvage Titan and sack Mimknight, Drone Token, Mishra's Bauble, and then crack explosives for 0. Clear some tokens. I don't think I can play around mutagenic growth number 3. I think you just got to block here. This line's a little weird, but Basically, the idea is we can put a drone token in front of a 3/3 flyer and then sack the engineered explosives for 0. So if they have a burn spell, they're kind of like they have to like point it at the drone if they want the DRC to get through. Looks like that's happening on upkeep. They left on top. All right. Preordain, sure. Get those prowess triggers. Bin lava dart. Okay. I mean, if they somehow binned 2 lava darts off of their DRC surveils and this preordain found a bolt. Or no, not that they've been to lava dart, they just need 1, right? Oh, they see it. They see it. They're trying to surveil really deep, looking for bolt specifically now. Because the lava dart will put me down to 9, and the 2 DRCs are dealing 6. So it's like whether the preordain can find lightning bolt kind of specifically. Mutagenic doesn't do it. Lava dart doesn't do it. Another critter doesn't do it. It's gotta be bolts. Bolting face and upkeep and bolting a blocker are pretty similar. Oh, you're saying that the lava dart could have hit the blocker. Bolting my face ends up being more damage. They're just making sure I saw it. It was pretty clear that I'd set up for that, but no reason not to make me do it, hum. Did they top? I mean, obviously not, right? There's those questions that just answer themselves when you watch it play out. It's a useful thought process. So you're not like constantly seeking information that doesn't actually matter. You're not like cluttering your mind with that. Hard. Yeah, no, obviously not. Well, you're being sarcastic here, but literally just wait 2 seconds, right? It gets answered for you. You can't have the tension for 2 seconds. You can't wait. I feel like Spellbomb was maybe supposed to come out. Usually Spellbomb's at its best against like big creatures, opposing Saga tokens, Murktides, that sort of thing. It's good with Emery. I don't think I'm going to be a spot in this matchup where I'm rebuying Spellbomb with Emery. That just seems very unlikely to me. Is Whip Flare any good? I don't think so. Is this very easy for them to trigger their prowess things? Oh, gotcha, Real Milkman. The har har was about the Madman comment. Well, my apologies. Molesville. Really hoping we don't have to use Mox Opal to power the manufacturing hum. I really didn't like bidding the shock either. I might turn one explosives on one. Yeah, manufacturing with Titan is cool. I don't know if it's good. I wonder if I was supposed to just like play manufacturing on turn one, like just run it out. Okay, that could have gone wrong. Come on, land. Come on. Well, yeah, this is just not working out very well. Yeah, I really wanted to play manufacturing there and send a shock at the slingshots way, you know? I think the odds of us just dying are pretty high from this spot. We're seeing a reason why people tend to play fewer than quad manufacturing. This list is definitely built towards it, though. Just a bummer we didn't get lane number 2. You guess them going wide was an anomaly? Yeah, maybe. I mean, the prowess creature generator, like the 2-mana artifact, it's like a full like third of their threats, so you could expect them to go wide like a third of the time. Yeah, I don't see myself winning this one. Oh, well. For multiple reasons. What do I think about siding out weapons manufacturing? The card that the deck is built around? For what? You want to board in some Blood Moons? Some Metallic Rebukes? I don't like it. My opponent's trying to win with 2-mana 1/2 flyers, and you're trying to cut my card that shocks those things. I think you end up becoming threat light. It becomes like hard to actually win the game if you cut these manufacturing, because the deck is built to abuse these cards, right? And so when you cut them, you're just like really limiting your ability to actually win a game of Magic, I think. And I don't really understand why you think they're bad in this matchup specifically, except that you like just saw me lose the game with a weapons manufacturing stuck in hand. What's more useful is thinking like, okay, well if you hit the land on 2, you play out the manufacturing, you play your 3 0 drops, you get the 3 shock effects, you play the Salvage Titan, it kills both of the opponent's creatures. Like there's some number of games where that happens instead, right? A lot of Magic is thinking about like not what literally just happened, but what is likely to happen. What is the average game going to look like? That's what you're sideboarding towards. That's what you're like evaluating your cards with, not what literally just happened in the game. Sometimes what happens in the game is a good indicator of what's going to happen. One free drop away from Cannoneer. You could have played the Emissary pre-Claws of Gix and had enough tokens, but then you wouldn't have had the blue mana for the Cannoneer. So I think we're better off just playing the Emery turn 1 anyway. How much of a donation is needed for my help in building your cube pool? I used to have that as just like a straight up offering when I had a God, how can I never remember the name of anything? Patreon, thank you, Spawn. And at the time, I had it set as like a $200 thing. And that's me like going over your cube and then getting in a Discord call with you one-on-one and talking about it. Obviously, I'm in the middle of my stream right now, but if that's something that you're interested in, if the price sounds right to you, then feel free to contact me outside of Twitch, either in the Discord or message me on Blue Sky or something. Anyway, we only have 5 artifacts here. You just eat the $10 and draft again? Yeah, it's like a kind of a big thing developing a cube. It's not like oh, I'll just oh, give me a look. I'm gonna spend a few hours at that. Could have cast the Kappa instead of the Lava Spur Boots last turn. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can just give it haste next turn. I guess they could, like, answer my drone token some. Was I shy? I think I had it with the Mox Opal replay. Because the Pinnacle Emissary was still in play, right? Oh my god, I'm getting destroyed for not jamming it. So you wouldn't have one drone token, right? You wouldn't have the drone token and you wouldn't have the Lava Spur Boots. You would just have the Mox Opal and the Emissary. It would have been 6 exactly. And then this Meltdown wouldn't be beating you by itself. Yeah. Got a little distracted. My bad, folks. Guess I'm supposed to equip, huh? Oh, yeah, I very much misunderstood what you were asking, Brady. Well, shit. Please don't answer for me, I'm rando. How many meltdowns do we think they have? I think they usually play like 1 or 2. They do a really good job of finding them because they've got all these like Preordains and Baubles and Dragon's Rage, Surveillings. Lot of churn in the opponent's deck. So even if they've only got a 1 or 2 of sideboard card, they're just very likely to find it. Very similar to the Legacy version of the same deck. Yeah, I wonder if getting the turtle down a turn sooner would have won. Opponent's at 13 right now. I think we keep the Kappa Cannoneer back. It's like pretty good at blocking tramplers. I think there's a good chance we get it to 13 next turn anyway. I think they just kill me this turn, basically. Yeah, that's just going to be super lethal. Lava Dart clears both drones. They can also, like, equip the cutter to the slick shot. So even if I could block a flyer, just not good enough. I think if I had played the turtle out that one turn, if I hadn't distracted myself, I think I would have gotten there. Because I got it to 10 on the last turn, right? Yeah. I guess. We're kind of just throwing a bunch of 1/1s into play, right? We don't have a red mana for the manufacturing. Yeah, I wonder if this is supposed to be a mall. Well, this hand's slow as shit. How are you casting 2 emissaries, Kenald? We had 3 mana. In short, I think you're miscounting. Could hold on to this for emissary fodder. I'm just going to run it out. Play the Saga next turn. Start activating. Cookbook's pretty good. I haven't seen cookbook stuff in a minute. Opponent didn't activate the cookbook, so they don't have their engine. It's not free. Cycling their spell bomb, sure. frog. Maybe I shouldn't have put the Shadow Spear, because I could haste it in the Kappa. Yeah, if I'm not equipping the boots, getting them is kind of worse than grabbing a Mox, huh? To cast or not to cast, The thing is, you're sacking 3 artifacts, so you're shrinking the construct by 3. And then if you have to sack a drone token, that's more damage. You could sack Spell Bomb, Explosives, Shadow Spear. And then it ends up being plus 3 damage total. Currently we're at... Oh, that's lethal, right? Because currently we're 3 short. No, more than that. I think it ends up being 1 short. Because we have 11, they're at 16. Boots is plus 1, 12, plus 3, 15. I mean, putting them to 1 does sound tempting. I just have to lose the Spell Bomb and the Shadow Spear to do it. I guess that's worth. Huh. Where did I miscount? Because sacking 3 artifacts should shrink the construct by 3, and then you're putting a 6/4 into play. Oh, because it's also an artifact. It's not minus 3 artifacts, it's minus 2 artifacts. That's what my brain was fucking up. Nice. Needle seems reasonable. I've liked the salvage titans. I've liked the salvage titans more than the weapons manufacturing. I don't think I've cast a weapons manufacturing yet. Why Salvage Titan over Gargadon? It's an artifact. It recurs. It's free. Gargadon's not free. Yep. All seem like good reasons to me. Much easier to actually attack with your Salvage Titan, like we just saw, right? Like, Gargadon wouldn't have done that. Gargadon would have been useless if I'd had that in hand. We're going to keep it. I mean, it's a turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer. Could do worse. Now, weapons manufacturing, that would make this hand hum. Oh, fun, Roro. Yeah, I tried Arcbound Ravager with weapons manufacturing. I tried those two in like a mono red list. Never got it to work. Well, if you insist. So you see how I'm playing the Memnite last? It's because Memnite is the most easily answerable. If they just had a Fatal Push for the Memnite, then you don't get to Cannoneer. Like, if you play Memnite first, and then you start running out zeros, and they're like, oh, I'm going to push that, why not? Yeah, like that. You save the Memnite for last. Now all of a sudden they're not interrupting your turn. You're not wasting all your artifact plays and stuff. Strict Serenade would have been funny. Yeah, when they paused, I was worried about the counter a blue card. Oh shit. Well, fair enough. Turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer, not good enough. What was I thinking, right? When do I want to crack this Bauble? Probably on their upkeep, in case they've got discard. It does mean if they draw orcs, then it's a little awkward, but if you crack it on your turn, they already have 2 mana. If they already have orcs in hand, doesn't really matter. Also, we haven't seen orcs out of them, right? I think you're supposed to sandbag your zeros. Very low confidence over here. Man, I miss playing Cookbook with Urza Saga. I kind of stopped trying to make Cookbook Saga work when 4-mana Karn became popular, but 4-mana Karn's pretty not popular right now. I guess there's a lot of meltdowns. We'll probably take some Affinity Splash hate. Haywire Mine's kind of interesting. I'm just gonna grab boots. Just gonna grab my little booties. When's the last time I played Time Sieve? I tested it with weapons manufacturing, actually. Well, I was gonna attack holding up Sink into Stupor. I'm kind of wondering if I should be slamming this Cannoneer, huh? What could they even have over there? I win. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Anoxia, thanks for the sob, the 51 months. Ninja Brian has a PhD in theoretical physics. That makes sense. The drummer for Psychostick has a PhD in brain science, which he got while he was touring with Psychostick. Well, it seemed like a hard thing to balance. He wrote a book about it, actually. A music theory PhD person becoming a musician. Now I find that hard to believe. Hell yeah, Jesse. Yeah, right, Captain Red? One of my all-time favorite tracks, I think. Waiting for coffee. Yeah, Turtle's probably faster than my double weapons manufacturing draw. We'll see. Now the question is, do we start popping Mim Knights, or do we just go face? I think face is the place. Oh, I didn't know that the drummer from Strawberry Girls had a label. I was a little bit worried about his wrists when I saw him live. He looked like he was having similar issues to what I experienced. Yeah, so if I killed one of the 1/1s, I would have prevented this, I guess. But even if they're just serving in, it's very close to a 2-turn clock. Oh, they could have just shocked too. So the play is you play the Aether Spell Bomb, you crack it, draw explosives very specifically, and then that wins. All right. Rough beats. On the play, I guess I like Consign to Memory. Haywire Might stays in. Yeah, I actually don't know if I like Consign to Memory. It's like kind of good against opposing Urza's sagas, but so is whatever I cut, like Aether Spellbomb. It's good against Saga. Maybe I should just be playing these Rebukes. Rebukes for their Kappa Cannoneers. Have it just like all be about Kappa Cannoneer. Maybe I should cut the 4th one for the 4th Rebuke. Maybe. Very close, huh? Well, this one's not close at all. It's been 2 cards. It's too many cards. I don't think we can win this. No one's ever won after having to bottom 2 cards. Pretty normal start for them. Even if we drew Turtle, we wouldn't be able to run it out. Why is it that other decks sideboard cards for the Affinity matchup, but Affinity decks don't sideboard any cards for the mirror? I think Hercules is, like, pretty good. And Affinity just tends to have a bunch of, like, low-impact cards. Gotta have those Galvanic Blasts. I guess Ashiok's pretty high impact. I have, like, Blood Moon for that reason, too. So far, what I've liked about this list is having 21 zeros. And what I've disliked about this list is having weapons manufacturings in my deck. What are we even needling? I think our plan is to cast our Pinnacle Emissary. Seen Vandal Blast for the mirror. I think Vandal Blast is solid. Pretty reasonable to get up to 5 mana. You can always just fire it off turn 1. Yeah, I like that Hercules Recall nukes all the tokens and, like, undoes the turtle. I wonder if on a mold of 5 on the play, I was supposed to, like, hope that they were all in on a Pinnacle hand. And just like turn one and hold up a counter. Try to stop them from pinnacling. It would have been kind of obvious that that's what you're doing, but then you're like, how do you play around that, right? Do you just like never play your pinnacle? These are some interesting engineered plagues. Getting run out here. They've needled engineered explosives, so doesn't really matter. That's not gonna save me. Yep. GG. Salvage Titan just feels like it should be busted. I guess. A little on the clunky side with weapons and double turtle. Well, that helps a little bit. Joe Lasat with two swamps, two basic swampers. When I cast a cannoneer, I don't know. I keep missing it. I didn't think I had the cards, and then when I drew the Mox Opal, I didn't recalculate. Just being bad, being a big old baddie. I guess. So I guess they want to jam like a Damnation here. People play Damnation. I would. If I was going Swamp, Mana Rock, I'd have Damnation in my deck. Beseech. Yeah. Kind of wish I'd saved the bauble. This is alright, though. Yeah, the opponent's deck was popular when One Ring was legal. I don't know if I've seen it without One Ring, but I guess you still play Shieldred and Karn. Yeah, you got me. That is annoying. Hmm. I remember the old versions. Blood Moon was actually kind of good against them because they were doing like Urborg stuff. It didn't look like Lasat was doing that though. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you too, Darksomeness. Oh, opponent just off it, I guess. I feel that. Yeah, I think rebukes make sense if they're trying to damnation. Not 100% what all the cuts should be. Legend 5-0, let's go. Let's fucking go. I really like the Salvage Titans, actually. I wonder if I'd like quad weapons manufacturing more if there's a third Salvage Titan in here. -1 Claws of Gix, +1 Salvage Titan. Or maybe minus Aether Spellbomb from the main deck. Play a third Salvage Titan. There's no 0-drop artifacts that give you value, right? Besides Mox Opal, I guess. Just thinking about other things you might want to sacrifice to Salvage Titan. I guess there's modular stuff. Terrible. Sure. Yeah, I think the real issue with weapons manufacturing is you're playing it on turn 2 and then hoping to untap with it. It's just like... You're already much slower than the average affinity draw. I remember watching the Pro Tour coverage. Someone was losing to Nakamura, grinding with weapons manufacturing. And he had the decision to, like, force of negation the weapons manufacturing, and then he had the decision to use a removal spell on it, because he had the... prismatic whatever. And instead, he just like sat there and watched watched weapons like just solo loss to manufacturing because he didn't just like chose not to answer it ever. And then after the match, they did an interview with him. And he's like, "There's nothing I could do. It's unbeatable." I was like, "Yeah, all right." Very tempting to just slam Salvage Titan there. I think currently the munitions are doing stuff, though. Bolting Self? Is this endurance? Wow, okay. Wondering if I should be activating Saga or playing Turtle. I think I like just playing the activating the Saga, making sure I get value out of it. And then the Salvage Titan makes another munitions. You liked playing the turtle and the Salvage Titan? So the reason that I liked holding the turtle and just activating my construct is my opponent's playing a very slow deck, and I don't lose the turtle this way. Whereas if I jam the turtle, then I lose the Saga activation, right? Just cutting a couple cards for a couple rebukes again, I guess. You like turtles? I like turtles too. Saga might have been better. Yeah, maybe. Hard to be too confident. Turtle gets to collect all those juicy triggers, right? Wow, only 1-0 here. Could turn one to Salvage Titan, though. I'm gonna maul. Wait, we're on the draw? I'm gonna keep. If we draw a land, then we just, like, placing into Stupor as a land, pass the turn. And we draw a 0, then we just do the regular thing. Hey, Eighth, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 95 months. It's a lot of months where they all go. Where did they all fucking go? The real question. Oh, thanks for checking, Izandine. Yeah, I'd assume even if there was a 0 drop that just, like, gained a life when you sacked it, people would be playing it already. Seems like there's a lower chance that the emissary gets to resolve now, but that's alright. Yeah. What's good? What's good indeed, Midi92? Well, that fucking sucked. Oh shit, what up? Hey, what about Limes? Thanks for the sub. You love these artifact decks? Cheerio. Yeah, cheerio. Ah, the perfect answer. Anything at all. I'm gonna hold on to this emissary, actually. Birthing Ritual Quantum Riddler. Is this like a Birthing Ritual Omnath deck? What are we doing with Birthing Ritual? I'm kind of wondering why they've got this mana base. Maybe there's Omnath in there? Oh, yeah, well. Silent Memory is almost interesting. Almost. What's it like being so smart? It's more of a curse than anything else. People will stop me on the street and ask me to solve advanced math equations. Like, if it's just once or twice, that'd be one thing, right? But when, like, it's like, come on, I got errands to do. You know a thing or two about being cursed. On the same boat, huh? Almost want to play this Memnite. I think I'm going to, even though it's complete dog shit here. You think ignorance is bliss? Like hell it is. Oddly timed fetch forest. Oh shit, what up? Hey, done the math. Thanks for the sub, the 27 months. I think there's a reason to crack this. I'll crack it anyway. Alright, go Knight. Fucking go. Can my opponent answer my Blood Moon already? I'd like to start activating Urza's Saga. Two more turns. They got it! Oh. Well, thank you kindly. Do they have Solitude number 3? They do not. Amazing. Yeah, I don't really know what to think of this deck. We had some games where weapons manufacturing did stuff, and I'm not sure if it was like necessary or good, but it certainly did do stuff. And then we had other games where it was clumped in hand, which I think is why most of the lists that do play manufacturing only play a couple. But obviously we are more all in on it, right? We've got the 3 Claws of Gix, we got these Salvage Titans. The Salvage Titans are undeniably sweet. I thought 3 Emery was about the perfect number. It was good here even when my opponent was nuking my graveyard because we had so many ways of sacrificing things and getting Emery value. That was nice. The deck feels clunky. There's 21 zeros. Has some turn 1 Cannoneers in there. Is there a build where manufacturing could be in the sideboard for slow games? So the issue with that, if you're doing this, is like, now I don't think you have enough ways to win the game necessarily. What are you replacing the manufacturing with? Now we're playing like all these fucking. What are these all doing, huh? If the manufacturing's in the sideboard, what are we doing with all this business? We just playing Claws of Gix for fun. It's an idea. I could see weapons manufacturing being better in some matchups, in the grindier matchups. You're right that when we were playing an Infinity Mirror, and like my opponent was just like not bothering with this, it didn't feel great. I don't think there's very many matchups that are that fast, though. Do any builds still try to use Ravager? No. Well, we played against one the other day, but that's like extremely. That's just someone trying it out. It's not anywhere close to stock or anything. I thought the Salvage Titan was more than just neat. I thought the Salvage Titan was actively good. Just like a free fucking 6/4 to throw a Lava Spur Boots on. Maybe you want to do value sack things that were cheaper than 2 mana. But maybe that's just the best way to do it. Anyway, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go do that real quick. Have I seen the red-black build with Imsker and Rotmouth? For Rotmouth, the 6/6. I don't know what Imsker is. I'll look that up real quick. Affinity for artifacts. Normally costs 8. 8's a shitload. Draw X cards, you lose X life, where X is half the number of artifacts you control rounded down. I mean, I like Rotmouth. That card's sick. I don't really like this card. Do you play Arena with the Rotmouth? Have another way of giving it haste. Awkward to play a black deck without Thoughtseize if you're slowing down a little bit. All right, I really need to go to the bathroom now. I'll be back in a couple. Hey, thanks for the sub there, Jacool. Thanks for the 64 months. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Appreciate it. If I was going to play Viper, I'm not sure if I would do it with weapons manufacturing. Maybe. What about food stuff? I can still play Mox Opal. I bet people have already tested it to bejeebus, huh? My stream title's all wrong. It says I'm net decking, and now here I am roughing out a brew real quick. I almost like the, I guess you'd still play explosives here. If you're still playing manufacturing. I'm wondering about, what about just like 1 mana 1/1s that draw a card when they die? A little bit more value. Could play Cruxa. Cruxa seems like a sick one to give haste to with Arena of Glory. It doesn't really play with Rottenmouth Viper at all, Cruxa, but it is in the right colors. Is Bomat Courier a call art card? That's a good question. I was thinking like literally like 1 mana do nothing artifacts. Like there's a 2 mana filter one, or there's a food type card in standard right now. Play a bunch of those, and then just like turn 1 play 1, turn 2 play 1 play 1, fire out a Salvage Titan, draw 3 cards. Like who cares if they answer your Salvage Titan? That sort of thing. Chromatic Star, yeah, stuff like that. Oh yeah, Synthesizer. Can we play Synthesizer? That's an interesting card. Unfortunately, synth is an actual word, I guess, just by itself. Synth eradicator. Oh my god. Oh, that's how you spell synthesizer. Perfect. I'll click red here. Ichor Wellspring's way too slow. Yeah, I was like wondering if weapons manufacturing is fast enough. Should probably rename this thing. People are gonna come in and be like, this top 8 at a challenge? Oh yeah, we got a lot of other ways of sacking Mulligan. Salvage Titan and Vipers both do that. Yeah, Harmon. I'm sure you remember that old Greg Hatch list, with Salvage Titan and Artificer's Intuition. He's demonstrating the loop, and he's like, and each loop generates 1/3 of a card. Just like, oh my god. Somp. Yeah, one other card I was kind of almost considering was the 1-mana 1/1 that spits out a blood token. Just the fact that it's 2 permanents for Rotten Mouth Vampire is actually very cool. Where's a reasonable swamp? I guess I'll play this. Yeah, Epic here. Oh yeah, Blood Fountain is also multiple, Blood Fountain. Single blood token. Yeah, I guess Blood Fountain also triggers weapon manufacturing. I've just got a sense that I'm still not going to like weapons manufacturing. I've got a sneaking suspicion that I still won't like it at all. Alright, I need 4 cuts. Do we just get the synthesizer out of here? Well, if you're playing Pinnacle Emissary and Weapons Manufacturing, you still want a bunch of artifacts to trigger those. I'm rando. You still want a bunch of cheap artifacts. I think Explosives is better than Claws of Gix. Like, we could shave Claws of Gix down to 1 if we really wanted to get rid of a 0. The 0s are sweet, though, with, like, Synthesizer. I like the idea. I wonder if I'm supposed to be playing 3 Salvage Titan instead of 4. And then, yeah, maybe I play 3 Synth, 3 Lava Spur Boots. Do I need all 4 boots for the snakes? I don't need them. Like, Saga can grab boots, and then I've got Arena of Glories in here, too. Which are probably really bad. Like, having a tapped land in your Pinnacle Emissary deck is not really ideal. What's the black-red fast land? Blackcleave Cliffs. Oh, I could remember a card name. I'm gonna cut one of these arenas, I think. Just one. Kind of hate the idea of cutting Synthesizer. Maybe I'll go down to 3 Manufacturing. Don't love the Haywire Might. Yeah, so Engineered Explosives for 0 sacks to Rottenmouth Vampire, or Rottenmouth Viper, or Salvage Titan, or whatever. Arcbound Ravager does not sack to these things. So Arcbound Ravager is actually competing with these slots, whereas Ravagers is a way to pop munitions, and it's also just like a 0, or it could just be a card, right? You could play it and blow up your opponent's 1-drops if you wanted to, with explosives. It's doing both there. Thoughtseize in the board. I like Thoughtseize for like combo opponents or people who might have sweepers. I think I want like 3. Is Galv Blast better than Fatal Push? Is a real question. Fatal Push better versus Flage? blue mana. Oh, for hardcasting Emissary? Yeah, mostly just Opal. You could throw a random blue duel in here. I'm gonna not bother with it right now, but I could see that changing in the future. Feels like Ashiok and Blood Moon are kind of hitting the same deck. All right, let's give this a spin, I guess. Not really thrilled with the sideboard. Maybe a third Whip Flare. Absolutely, Warren. I didn't even fucking see it. I was blind. I was donation blind. Thanks for the 10 fucking dollars. That ripped. Hell yeah. You ever just find out you're $10 richer than you thought you were? Just had no idea. That was a good ass feeling right there. The one of push. Yeah, I mean, the other version had 2 Gal Blasts. It's pretty similar. Random ass removal spell. Let's pause. Pause and jam. Ah, the half horse, half man. I think I should have ran out the boots here. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Engineer 590, thanks for the sub. 101 Dalmatians, good movie. Just like the 101 month streak. Hell yeah. Here's some classic animation. Real quality stuff. 101 Dalmatians. This draw definitely wanted more cards that were actually multiple things. Synthesizer and such. So you could jam and give the Viper haste. The opponent's just sitting there with their mana open. Makes me a little scared. Maybe not the right deck to be playing if you've got the fear. Yeah, they're just playing a Bowmaster. Viper wouldn't have given a fuck about that. Yeah, I think the play was just run out the zeros. Play Viper, haste up. Or no, you're mana short. You can't haste that turn. Sephiroth cometh. There's no Surveillance, no. The issue with Surveillance, I talked about this with Arena of Glory and like having tapped lands in here. The issue is if you have a Pinnacle Emissary opener, you like can't afford a tapped land. You want to play the Pinnacle Emissary, dump your zeros. So this draw would have looked good, but could be very awkward otherwise. Song's very relatable. It really is. The tale of my people. I kind of want to play Viper with, like, food stuff. Those decks can end up with a bunch of shit in play. I think that's likely better than weapons manufacturing. Phenomenal. Couldn't I have Titaned on turn 1? I could have. And then the Viper would still be in my hand. Is the goal to play a 6-4 turn 1? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that's all you're doing. What if you play Faithless Looting? Oh shit, what up? Hey, Quick Rhyme, thanks for the sub. What would it take for me to stop the music? Oh no. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, Quick Rhyme. We got an initial D hater. You're fine, Quick Rhyme. You're fine. I thought it was funny. Pretty sure I gotta kill this Overlord, huh? This Sephiroth is overperforming. Is a serious question. It kind of depends on what the question means. Like if you're talking about for a specific song or for an entire stream, those are pretty big different answers, right? You got Rottenmouth Viper in the Powered Synergy Cube. Oh, nice. I could see it being right at home there. I feel very close to dead here. I don't know what the tank is on this Fabricate. Well, they attack with Sephiroth, sack the token, drain me for 2. I go to 8, take 3, down to 5. Tower sank, puts me to 3. Just not very many lives, huh? Not very many lives. Oh, are there any cool black affinity for artifact cards? I feel like there's not. The Viper Flood. The Black-Red Legend. Yeah, I don't consider that one. I think that one's clunky. I think it's very expensive, right? That's my main issue with that one. The flying discard thing. Oh, that card's kind of sweet. The 2-1 that gets played a lot in Pauper. Bad against orcs, but like could be good. Could just be good. Do the sack blood fountains to rebuy them like we're playing Pauper over here. Synthesizers, all that biz. Kind of like Faithless Looting with Salvage Titan. What's the stupid 4-2 again? Comes back with food stuff. Oval Chase, that's the one. I think Oni Cult Anvil is probably too small ball, yeah. Aw. I should have just waited a turn. That's a goal, Harmon. We're currently on this build of the deck, so there's also like weapons manufacturings to sacrifice. And Viper does something similar. I think Viper is likely better to cheat into play than Salvage Titan, but Nice Thoughtseize. Successfully dodged. I'm just going to leave that. Let's leave it in exile. Airship costs 4 mana. I think you need to build your entire deck around playing Airship. Your entire curve around playing Airship, if you want to play that card. Our curve is not built around it. Yeah, I was responding to Simultanuka, yeah. Well, we got a weapons manufacturing draw. I think if you land it, it is likely good in this matchup, too. Moxfield doesn't have the current list. We don't have a current list, Captain Red. This is a brew. So, like, we're on this, and, like, we're already in the middle of brewing version number 2. The amount of time it takes me to upload the deck to Moxfield, we could be, like, already into the next thing. I do apologize for being misleading, though. My title's misleading, too. Oh, no need to apologize at all, Captain. My question here is, when do I play the synthesizer? I might wait until turn 3, actually, in case I hit another weapons. Give me a better chance of playing top-end hits, too. Yeah, let's run the Shadow Spear out. And fetch another land here. Or I wonder if I should just be playing and popping explosives for one, instead of playing out the Shadow Spear. Well, anyway. Is there a deck that plays Airship and Ocelot Pride? Oh my. This version of the deck, so far, I would have really liked to surveil land. I think I might have just marched my Shadow Spear to its death here. Silly meme. I'm sorry, Shadow Spear. I'm sorry. Do we just play the other explosives? I think we're supposed to activate this Saga. That's what I think. It would give them their third mana from Shambling Ghast, which I don't love. Oh shit, what up? Hey Spawn, thanks for the donation. Marionette's actually very good against me. Wait, this is your control, right? Okay. It's not that bad. Wait, should I be playing Marionette? Really wishing I hadn't blown up my own Shadow Spear earlier. That was not ideal. I don't know if any of y'all thought that was ideal. It was not. It was decidedly not ideal. Okie dokie. I think that just wins, right? They just sack Gravecrawler and drain me out. Because they have two Gravecrawlers. We can just loop them. And they have the Marionette here. Well, fig. I have not seen Modern Allies, no. With Faithless Looting, there's like more reason to be playing Daredevils. I feel like there should be 4 here. There's also more reason to be playing Salvage Titan. Blood Fountain can be another way to discard a card for Asmo. Kind of real. Oh, maybe we just don't play these baubles. They're kind of useful for Mox Opal. And free spells off the top for Synthesizer. Yeah, just play 2. 2 baubles. Oh yeah, Spawn. Was that card Faithless Looting? It's like almost a sideboard. There was some other card I really liked with Arena of Glory that I never quite got around to testing in Modern. I spaced on it. Surveillance. I think this deck's like pretty much always going to have something to do on turn 1. I would hope. You should watch Fury Road again. You really should. I thought Furiosa was gas too, in a different way, of course. Guzzling, exactly. Well tried, Kelby. Well tried. Yeah, my experience with these food decks is they tend to end up being a little too slow for a lot of matchups. We'll see. Probably means I need more fatal pushes in the board, huh? You got 3 draws? That's very hard. We can't turn 2 the Viper, can we? Turn 1 Fountain. I think we need a Mox. We need a Mox Opal. That's kind of an issue. The soonest we play the Vipers turn 3. Hell yeah, Spawn. Uh-oh. They're Gristin. Pretty good turn 2. That was way better than my turn 2. Yeah, maybe we need more zeros than just Mox Opal. Or maybe you just build straight towards Viper, and you play quad Blood Fountain and quad of the Blood Token Maker. There's probably more, right? There's probably more permanents that come into play and make another permanent. White has fucking 8 3-bit inspectors. Probably just scooped this Yogg. I don't think we're beating all this. What a nice little curve there, didn't they? This is the spawn request. Jenny like Jenny. It has 73 million views. Is she Korean? Yeah, we don't have street rates, so we can't do the turn 1 Asmo. That's alright. I can see that spawn. Have I ever met Jenny? I have not. Not a bad turn 2? No. Not bad. People love this Cub card. How greedy is it to sack Synthesizer and try and just like hit a land off the top for these whip flares? I really want to get the Rotten Mouth down. It's pretty greedy though, I'm probably just supposed to whip flare, serve in for 3. If I draw a land next turn, I'm going to be mad at myself. Well, there's the Yogg. Sure. Yeah, I really wish I had that Viper now. Fuck, huh? Well, not much I can do about that one. Yeah, they have a few good videos. Kinda wonder if I should be boarding in Blood Moon. This matchup. I have words for your little badger mole. Sack 2 foods. Lava spike, target opponent. Comes to play tapped, right? Just prevents them from hard casting top decked Yogg this turn. Okie dokie. Oh, is that lethal? No. Because I don't have a way to lose it. Oh, it's infinite life, though. It's annoying. The Dredger's Insights. I guess we can scoop to that. They'll probably pull something off eventually. They would deck first, but I don't really want to play that game. Yeah, so Epicure is an option. I wonder if you're doing Epicure, if you should just be like black-white, though. Because then you get both Ravens. Just talking about permanents that are actually 2 permanents. What's the new one called? Not Thraben Inspector, but... Novice Inspector. And then what's the 2-mana 1/2 that spits out a 1/1 and drains? I'm not sure if I leave Asmo in. Marionette Apprentice, yeah. Not sure if I like Refurbished Familiar or not. So I wonder if there's any other drainers I should be playing. The Marionette Apprentice is sick because it's like 2 bodies for the Viper, right? Like that's sick. The black 1-drop 3/2 that puts an enchantment on it, so it's 2 permanents. Well, that's an idea. Don't love the idea of 1-mana 2/1s against orcs. Oh, I should be playing orcs. Soul Trader combo. You could, I mean, but you could you could just Soul Trader combo in the first place, right? The way that Soul Trader combo is set up, they're like very rarely have like a sea of permanents so they don't mind sacking to Rottenmouth Viper. And so the idea here is that everything is actually 2 things. And then Viper is just a lot more free, is the thought. And I think you lose that if you actually just play Soul Trader combo. You just become a different deck. Likely a better deck, but a different deck. Are there any white creatures worth throwing Lava Spur boots on? Because if I'm cutting red, then I need more boots. The rabbit cares about having permanents in play. It's like kind of cute with all the twofers. Good one to throw a Shadow Spear on. Kind of a non-bow with Viper, but like could be the other thing. The other thing going on. Well, rabbit. It's a 2-mana XX. I don't remember its name. No, not Jack Rabbit. It's not an XX. It's like your permanents. Bunnycorn, that's the one. Basically a 2-mana saga. Anyone remember the black-white fast land? Probably want the Surveil land here too. Concealed Courtyard, thank you. That's how I find cards when chat's not here. A bunch of weird searches. I think the Mox Opals are still good. Like, there's a bunch of non-artifacts here, but 3-Bit Inspector, Novice Inspector, Marionette Apprentice, those are all artifacts. Is there another thing like Apprentice that like drains for artifacts hitting the bin? Or artifacts and creatures? Can I just play 8 Marionette Apprentices? Nobody will mind, right? Disciple of the Vault. Oh. Warden of Inner Sky deck. All right. Yeah, I love that card. I almost want to try it in here. Oh, the Voidborn. Yeah, the warp thing. Should probably be playing like any interaction at all, huh? Get those refurbished familiars back in here. You think Guide and Pride is too good for any white deck? It's a little off plan. Especially without real removal, to let the stuff get in. What about a Johnny? A Johnny's 2 permanents. That's starting to look like too many non-artifacts. The Bunnycorn, the Johnny, the Rotten Mouth, the Orcish Bowmasters. Starting to seem like a lot. But if we fill out with 4 more artifacts, we're probably good. Just making sure the Mox Opal stays consistent. Could play the 4th Boots, I guess. Get those fucking Chromatic Stars back in here. Hidden stockpile? Oh my. A little on the slow side, huh? Any other artifacts that are actually 2 things? Lingering Souls. I played Lingering Souls kind of recently. Well, not that recently. But I had a list of creativity that was playing Mardu colors. Lingering Souls, pretty good one to been to random Faithless Lootings and stuff. Servo Schematic. That's almost not crazy. Is there any artifact removal that makes sense here? Portal turning on Mox Opal is good. Giving the creature back when you sack Viper is awkward. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Doogie. The 1 mana 1/1. Starts with an E. Tithing Blade? Tithing Blade's an idea. Esper Sentinel? Sure, yeah. Not the best sideboard. Let's give this a shot. See if these Vipers seem reasonable. Will any of these Viper brews take down a match? I think Esper Sentinel makes sense. It was good in Hammer Time for a long time. Obviously, we're not growing it like they do in Hammer Time, but it's still good. I could see it fitting. Maybe these Tithing Blades will end up being clunky. Maybe Bowmasters won't fit the deck at all. Things like that. Yeah, the spots where Viper looked really impressive playing it in Standard. I was playing it with that X-Spell, right? The X-Spell getting a bunch of copies with haste was like the real impressive part. And that part seems like pretty not doable in Modern. Very grind amount sort of hand. I guess all my hands are going to look like that. I've got 8 goddamn 3-bit inspectors in here. The 1 mana living weapons are 2 permanents for 1 mana? They are. Is this going to turn into the jankiest Pure Steel Paladin list you've ever seen in your life? Oh, they're playing Storm. Doesn't seem particularly winnable for me. Mortarpod? Fucking love Mortarpod. Put a Basilisk color on that. How do they win? How do they win? Still get to play that one sometimes in lower powered cubes, which is always a treat. Do we just assume we're dead? How would I sideboard for this? Just like plus quad Orms chant? Almost want to scoop the match. It's just like not something I had on my radar at all. Yeah, without the Viper, the deck kind of looks like a bunch of almost playable standard cards. Like we got Tithing Blades and Bunnycorn and stuff. Probably just not a deck here. Deck's not in the overlay. It's just like a brew we put together, Mr. Meme. Kind of looks like they just have 2 grape shots. I love the Viper too. It's awkward that it's like just not coming down early enough. I guess it could sort of be another turtle in the affinity list. It's not really a turtle though, right? It's a lot easier to answer and stuff. Yeah, if we had a pile of worms chance, well, maybe you got yourself a chance. We super don't. Master punishes Manamorphose specifically. It's pretty narrow. I'd like the portable hole more if we had Orm's chance as well. Fog 'em, untap, answer their thing. Fatal Push being instant speed seems probably better. Deafening Silence. Deafening Silence could be real. I almost like turn 1 Saga. Go find a Tormod's Krypton 3. Almost. The turn 2 kill rate, undisrupted, from my opponent's deck is quite high. Well, this is the spot where a portable hole would be actually useful. Is this the best Thoughtseize of all time? Probably Probably not. I'm gonna grab that Desperate Ritual. Well, we do have lethal in our turn if they somehow don't have a win here. Oh, well. Fair enough. They found a third Past in Flames. That does mean they can march, exiling both Past in Flameses. That probably finds some more mana, huh? I'd assume. Would Blink Pup be decent? I think you're just playing a different deck, Mistrail. But I do think changing out all the cards for a different deck would be better. So the reason I didn't like Blink Pup in here is because we're kind of like dumping. It's like turn 1, dump, turn 2, dump, turn 3, Viper. And the Blink Pup just like doesn't fit that. I thought Bunnycorn was closest to like being more copies of Viper, or just like taking advantage of all the big stuff and like looking good with a pair of boots on them. But Pup like blinking things for values, that's a deck already, right? It's a better deck. Well, that's enough rituals and mana to win with their Past in Flames and stuff. We can just scoop here. Yeah, I'm pretty off attempting Viper in Modern. I got it out of my system. Let's play another match or two. We'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming here. I did want to try this Living End list. Is Mono Red Storm prevalent? It's like 2% of the meta or something like that. It waxes and wanes. Like, it starts winning, people board more hate. It starts losing, people stop playing it. It goes back and forth a bit. Yeah, this list got 15th in the showcase. Doesn't seem terrible. I'm sure most of y'all are familiar. For the purpose of Living End, you cycle a bunch of creatures. And then you play a cascade effect like Shardless Agent or Ardent Plebe. And that cascades into Living End. So then you swap out all the creatures that you cycled for all of your opponent's creatures that were in play. And that's quite nice. That's because we're a cascade deck. We're also not playing anything that costs 1 or 2, except for what we intend to cascade into, which we sometimes switch to Inevitable Betrayal. I assume against Atraxa decks, Atraxa Reanimator things. That could be good. A lot of nice sideboard cards in this deck. I always liked the sideboard cards. We're main decking a bunch of cheap interaction, right? Force of Negation, Endurance, Subtlety. Just gobs of interaction. And then post-board, we get access to stuff like Force of Vigor, Mystical Dispute, Clarion Conquerors, Great Hoser. 1 Deafening Silence. So you're boarding in Deafening Silence and like hoping that can just be a hoser against the Storm deck. I assume they don't play any Living Ends at all. They just board out down to the 1 Deafening Silence. Violent Outburst is very banned, rather gray. You miss Pyromancer and Ascension Storm. I miss Pyromancer's Ascension in Standard. That was kind of fun. It wasn't very good, but it was pretty fun. I played that at a few SEGs. You wonder if the airbending combo deck in standard could have legs in modern. It does go infinite, which is nice. There's a lot of clunk there, right? Though the one of the combo pieces being a 4-drop is pretty brutal for modern. The 3-mana 2/3 that warps a thing, being a combo piece in it is pretty good because that card's like probably just fine in modern. But yeah, it's the other stuff. I guess modern gets you Chord. You get to Chord of Calling. The airbending deck drives you nuts. Big same, Endo Jackson, big same. A terrible Heartless summoning deck. Ooh. It's interesting. I guess the 2-drop doesn't work with Heartless summoning at all. Is there a replacement for the 2-drop? And then you like maybe play like the Black Overlord. People have definitely tested Heartless summoning with the Black Overlord, right? And they have to have. You cannot Coco into the 4-drop, no. I think you'd rather have an extra 2/2 in play most of the time, Linus, but maybe you just like really need to get the subtlety in the bin. Then your Shardless Agent is a legal target. Oh, sure. The Philia cometh. Hmm. Well, it's not very good, but it does answer their neuters at least. Dog getting a little too big, huh? They're saying if they can mill themselves a little something something to get back. I got an Emperor Bones. It's pretty good. It's not my turn, so I can't force negation that. Hey, Scooby Doofus. Thanks for the sub. The 77 months there. Glad you've been enjoying the streams. They like basically have lethal here. At least it feels like they're close. Yeah, we really needed our force negation to line up against that relic early on. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I was expecting them to Emperor Bones to get back the Bowmaster here. It's very close to lethal. Another 4 damage this turn, right? Am I supposed to crack food? Just fucking just sack some food, just gain 6. Oh shit, what up? Hey, son of on it. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 53 months there. Yeah, I'm supposed to leave that on top, but then like land cycle and ent. Real risk of running out of living ends, of course. Doesn't this thing need like 10? 7. Oh, they got the... Is it just 5? Oh, there's an exiled card under the Emperor Bones. So there's 1 here, there's 5 here, and there's 1 under Emperor Bones. Alright. think I like Foundation Breaker. Teferi's kind of interesting. This deck really was a lot better with when it had a Violent Outburst, wasn't it? It's not a very good hand. We do have Besiege You to answer Relic, potentially. You kind of miss Rhinos? I kind of miss Rhinos, too. I feel like I would rather play against Rhinos than, like, Boros. Oh, shit, what up? Hey, Brickmaster. Much love. Thanks for the 52 months. I guess if they just Relic, I would just Force Negation. Yeah, it's going to fetch out a Surveil land. Sculpt my early turns. Put them all to 5. Which gives me what they might describe as a fighting chance. Oh shit, what up? Hey, got a year. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 9 months. And Len Newby, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 88. Glad you've been enjoying the tunes. They returned no cards to hand. They chose not to rebuy Philia. Oh, because of the they wanted it in the graveyard for living in. Sure. Yeah, I kind of also dislike that the Modern Horizon sets turned into just like rotating the whole format. What did the first one give us? Urza and Yawgmoth? Were those the two standouts from the first Modern Horizon set? I guess there's Astrolabe, Astrolabe feels like quaint in retrospect, though. Maybe it wasn't really, but that's just how it feels. Good old Live Again Never Dies. Yeah, ironic, huh? Hagak. Oh yeah, I guess Hagak was in the first one. Hagak was pretty egregious. What did the second one give us then? Asmo? Asmo was solid. I enjoy Asmo. The pitch elementals? I thought the pitch elementals were like in the third one or something. The pitch elementals were the second one? I don't remember any of this shit. Elementals were in the second one. Alright, well, I guess they all just fucking did it then. Ren's been pretty solid for modern, I think. Not even played that much anymore. Solitude's really good against what I'm about, isn't it? Oh boy! We can swap out Philia and Overlord for Solitude and Emperor Bones. I need like another Endurance, I'll just scoop. I think I'd rather play against Living End than play with it. I think that's like kind of always been the case. Like whenever I pick it up. Just not the person who should be playing this deck. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my legs for a second. I'll come back. We'll figure out what we're gonna cap off the stream with. It's not this though. I didn't enjoy this very much. Always looks so good on paper. All right, everybody. So we got a bunch of options. If we wanted to tool around with some other terrible modern deck, we could do that. I could play a little bit of Yogg, maybe. I don't know if my brain's in the right spot for Yogg. Could also... Why did I put Skelemental aside? Oh, because Bowmaster. Bowmaster's pretty good against Skelemental. Yeah, I was trying to like win that battle with my own Bowmasters, but that's rough. That's rough for sure. And like Lightning Skelemental is pretty bad into opposing Bowmasters, and so is Faithless Looting, right? Like you don't really want to play either of those. Arena of Glory and Cruxa is sweet though. And Dreadhorde Arcanist Arena of Glory, that's also cool. It's a good card to give haste to for sure. Could do a cube draft. Could switch over to standard. Could do a regular draft. I kind of don't hate that idea. Do an Avatar limited draft here at the end of the tail end of the night. I've done a lot of that cube deck lately, cube format lately. Standard Viper Brewing. I feel like I probably need a break from Standard Viper. I do like that Viper card, but I had kind of a rut with it last time. Could switch over to Once Upon a Galaxy. Can always play that game. That's probably what I'm going to play when I'm done with this stream. Get some dinner. Watch an episode of the Great British Bake Off. Play some Once Upon a Galaxy until I pass out. It's totally chill. It's a pretty chill game. A new expansion just dropped too. Bunch of new champions. Yeah, maybe I'll switch over. Kind of explored everything in Modern that I wanted to do today. Needed a bigger to-do list. Salvager was so fun in that one deck. All right. For those of y'all that are not familiar with this game, it is on mobile and Steam. Very easy to learn. Very addicting. Very easy to fit some short runs in here at the tail end of the night. It's a drafting game, if you enjoy drafting. I certainly do. This is one of those new champions I was talking about. Your first shop is Astro the Wonder Pup. When Astro reaches 20 attack during a fight, train him. Train again at 40 and 60. Interesting. It looks very similar to Comet, doesn't it? Yeah, so currently you can pay to have access to Luna Girl. I might do that at some point. But I haven't fully unlocked all of the candy champions, so I might do that first. This is part of the game. You choose like one of 3 champions right at the start to jam. This guy doubles your hunts. This guy has an animal build around. It's just a tribal thing. And then Professor Who's Who gives you extra spells every once in a while, which I very much enjoy. So I'm going to give it the old hoot hoot. Then you got 5 slots for your companions, for your animals that you're drafting here. And you can choose the slot. And there's some strategy to what slot gets what animal. We'll grab this nesting scrub fowl. Recruit, give your first slot +2 attack. Not bad. And then I'm going to immediately move them out and swap in the Dragonling. Dragonling's got a quest. Quests are, you fulfill the conditions and then you get a relic. Relic's kind of just like an artifact, Chilean play, giving you a passive benefit. For screen please money. Yeah, well, I mean, this is a free-to-play game, so they have to monetize some way. And I think it's the best way to monetize free-to-play games is cosmetics, and they also do early access to new champions, is what we saw there. The alternative with free-to-play mobile games is like waves of ads, and that sucks. That's really bad. It's like heinous. Or they're pay to win, right? Where like the game's like a miserable slog unless you fork over a bunch of money. And this is a real game that you can play for free if you want. And you just never have to put in a penny. And you can like literally be the highest rated player. That's cool. I think that's cool. Yeah, them loot boxes. Right, exactly, Richter Mail. I'm not super high on Plunder Penny. So she's got Hunt, improve your buffs from spells, +1 attack. But I am getting free spells every once in a while, so I should probably build towards that. And I've got that first slot buffed a little bit. Should be good for hunting. Arena's the slog model. Yeah. If you're trying to purely free-to-play arena, you're not going to be competitive for a very long time, right? Thinking about Stepmother. She's got a quest to recruit 3 more other villains. I think I'm going to grab that puck. I'm going to just throw him down here. And now I've got this front force. There were like 3 creatures that are reasonable to trade. And gives me a better chance of not eating shit in this next fight. Your hearts here are showing your health, of course. You would like to retain them as long as possible. Give yourself more time for your build to come together. So we lost that fight, but because the opponent only has 1 character, we only lose half a heart. If they had 3 or more characters left and we got really stomped, I'll lose a full heart, which is brutal. The nice thing about a half a heart is there's spells that give you half a heart, and if we win the next fight, we'll recoup that half. Kind of a little catch-up mechanic. So we have a little bit of pump stuff here, which would be good with Plunder Penny, like just pump the slot. Watch her go to town. I kind of want you meet in a tavern. And just get a random critter here. Ooh, hello, Shanty. Yeah, I kind of like her better than Plunder Penny. I might throw her in the top slot. And then presents here. And again. Nice. Ooh, that went well for me. We did lose our full heart. That part wasn't great, but that quest is complete, so now we get a treasure. I'm just going to grab this Worn Shield, I think. A little stat buffage. And then could throw Snowball in here. I think what I want to do is replace this puck. Should have replaced the nested scrub fowl. I guess the foul lich will get pumped this way. That's alright. My hunter didn't get off. So we traded. Could have been worse. Yeah, not the best build happening right now. We're like half spells, half animals. Nice. Our shanty got off. Theirs did not. God, we lost a full heart though. That's pretty bad. That is real fucking bad. Well, I think we grab Phil and just fucking pray. Just hope. We need more of that. We need more of them attacking our Phil here. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, he still lost half a heart. Not ideal, not ideal. Just pump the Phil. Just pump the Phil and hope. Could be a spot to swap out Shanty. Pumpkin spice latte, you say? Yeah, that's what I want. I want to silver the Phil too, but you can't do everything, right? Stingy's actually a better late game card than Phil, but I think Phil is probably better in this shitty little mid game I find myself in. Let's still grab Stinky, but throw him in the bottom row here. No, don't attack there, Phil. No, 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 no. Okay. Well, that worked, I guess. White Whale is larger than what I currently have. He's got a bit of a downside. I think I'm just going to... When you take a silver... I didn't explain this earlier, but when you take a silver in the shop, you just get a free shop. It was a mechanic that they introduced because people just like weren't taking silvers ever, and they had the idea for it to go from bronze to silver to gold. And it's balanced around that. The gold cards are balanced around them being like a little hard to get to. A lot of them like double your spells or abilities. Like Mama Bear would be giving +4/+4 if she was golden, for example. But it does make them pretty free to draft a lot of the time. Ooh. I'm going to throw this on Stinky. Yeah, we can just upgrade the Mama Bear. A Papa Bear, you say? Do I want this stupid cat? Is a question. I feel like I don't. Just give up a lot of stats, throwing away Stinky or Scar here. Guardian. Maybe I'm supposed to throw the Phil away. I think I'm just a little too small for this. Yeah. Yeah, they had a doppelganger up there too. It was a bumpy ride. I'm kind of surprised we got third. Oh, fun, T-Bocus. What you've seen from other people is that async, the White Whale doesn't actually change the build of your opponents. So it's just free. I've typically drafted White Whale pretty aggressively anyway, because like giving 1 out of 8 of your opponents a relic isn't that big of a deal if you actually get to win some of those early fights. And then if you ever golden it, it's pretty nuts. Hey, haven't unlocked all of this one yet. When you cast a spell, buffs from the next treasure you pick get an additional +1/+1. So this is an ability that doesn't come into play very early. It's kind of like a mid-game ability because it's also gonna fall off in the late game. Very awkwardly positioned, but it can work. I've had a few winning runs with it. The spells that give you extra shops are very, very good with his ability. Good with Lance Little. There's a lot of people that are good with Lance Little. Which is to say, I agree. My favorite's the guy that buffs your shop every time you buff a slot. Let's not do animals this time. How do the custom decks work? The custom decks are all about like increasing the odds that you see various cards throughout your run, so you can like change the stats of that happening. I usually don't mess with them as much as I should. Especially if I don't have all the cards unlocked for a specific champion. Well, trade even. Got some spells cast. Kind of like this Netherbinder here. All my characters get +4/+4, so that is buffed up a bit by her ability. So before it was getting +2/+2 because I snuck a few spells in there. So normally this would give +2/+2, and now it's giving +4/+4, which is sick because every time we lose, this will get copied. Really nice one to buff up. Only lost half a heart. Now we get another constellation prize. And because we lost, we actually fulfilled her quest now too. If you gold a quest champion, you'll get like the specific rewards. As we saw, usually you get constellation prize by losing with Miseria first. I think I'm gonna grab the Wicked. We actually have a shitload of villains for this Wicked Sword. Royal Invitation's going to play really well into the late game, though. I'm going to grab that one. Hello, hello, hello. Does anyone know if Dragon's Jewel works with Blackjack? I assume it would. Let's just snag them. Pumpkin Spice Latte, free spell, love it. You think Dragon's Jewel is just from Golding? I guess we'll find out, huh? Good spot to get Sir Francis Drake in. I'd like to swap out Puck sometime soon. Probably the Wizard too, huh? +6/+6 is kind of real. My blackjack just didn't trigger at all. Fair enough. Huh. Lost. So I want to silver my Drake, but Lost in the Woods is pretty good. Pretty good one to double. So if I swap True Love's Kiss to my Drake, I'd get a legend. Some legends just aren't very good. I almost want to swap out my Netherbinder because I've already done his ability. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that was, that was a bit of a punt, huh? Bit of a punt. It even shrank because we didn't have doesn't have Treasure Hoard. When you get a treasure, sweeten your candy. Kind of dig that. Could also just giant grow with my blackjack. Let's do this. Yeah, it looks like Dragon's Jewel does not interact with blackjack at all. Chat was right yet again. I kind of feel like... Is it interacting with Treasure Hoard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's 7 times 5? Eureka! Your treasures count double for Treasure Hoard. Oh, it says it on the fucking thing. You can tell I haven't gotten Dragon's Jewel that often. Hey, breadcrumbs. Yeah, more dragons, please. So the two-headed wizard is a really cool one to recruit at silver. You get a free shot, but you still get a recruit trigger. Free spells are pretty good. I'm gonna grab the Burninator, though. Gives me a chance to get him up to gold, which I would enjoy. No thank you. Just cycling through the free shops. Hey, we found a gold. If we can get a stat bonus relic, it would get +7/+7 right now. That's what the 7 means. Choose 3, you say. I suppose I can do that. Exploding chest is pretty sick to get when you're full health, too. It says after you lose a fight, get a rare, epic, and legendary treasure. It could end up being a lot of treasure on the mysterious map. Has some nice bonuses. Is Jack-o'-lantern a thing that I want? For each of your KO'd candies. I kind of feel like it's not. Jack-o'-lantern can be quite good, but you're kind of doing the candy build thing, and we're not really. We're like all in on dragons. I think I'd rather have pixie power or just fucking do this, I guess. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. I think you want to loot first, because then it'll trigger for the other ones. When you pick a card, give a random character +1/+1. Yeah, you saw the loot animation. So the order of operations matters in this game. She gets the trigger again. I think the Burninator should be in that Jasmine Dragon slot, collecting the Titania buff. More likely to want to swap out the Jasmine Dragon at some point. Cinnamon rolls, we are certainly getting some value off of Burninator. It's when you discover a treasure, you get to keep all 3. Oh, Tiamat's Claw is sick. Tiamat's Claw says whenever 5 of your characters are KO'd, get a random treasure, and dragons count double. So if 3 of my dragons die, I'm like getting a random treasure. There's a rare dragon that just does it for each dragon. That's pretty sick. Could get yet another dragon in the comp. I'm just going to do this. Oh, I get L3, right? When you silver me, discover a treasure in addition to a bonus shop. Let's fucking go. How about 3 treasures? Let's grab 3 more common treasures, whatever. Ooh. I'm gonna True Love's Kiss the Titanium. She's giving me a lot of stats right now, plus 46 per on each of these 3 champions. But she could be so much better. She could be a dragon. Drenna the Devourer. Okay, well, that wasn't really what I wanted. We haven't had a lot of silvers, though. Maybe she'll turn out. I feel like this game is not going to go that long. Oh, yeah, well. It looks like my feelings were correct. So we got Little Genie, which is when you cast a spell, give a random character +1/+1. Each turn, improve this by +1/+1. So her ability starts ramping pretty quickly, which is nice. Merryweather just buffs supports, which I don't love. Cool art, though. I like the little birds. And Maximus has an ability of after you KO 15 enemies, get a random silver rare. After 40, get a random golden legendary character. Wait, has it always been golden? I feel like that was a buff. Typically, Maximus is a bit slow. It's an awkward one to balance, because like in higher elo games, his ability is just going to be too slow. But if you speed it up, then he's going to be too good for the lower elo games, right? Very difficult one to balance that way. I'll grab Little Genie here. She's not amazing, but she doesn't have to be. She's trying her best. Sad when you pop off and want to keep popping off. Yeah, right? The best feeling. Very similar to Magic, huh? When you got, like, the best deck ever. Huh. Kind of want a little bit more fat. I used to really like Thorn and Rose. And I do still like them. But I feel like the game has gotten faster with the candy stuff. There's more people snowballing. I feel like you need the early game stats to not just get rolled. Nice, we won. You see how that hard healed up there? That was nice. I think I like Faith Familiar over Little Red, especially if I actually cast a spell or two. We have a few animals. I could grab Hyena. That was a stomping. Lost a full heart there. She also doesn't man casting spells. I'm just gonna this. My poor Dragonlings, never doing anything. Well, we traded again. Suppose. That might be worse than just casting spells. Speaking of casting spells, really nice to get that one. The free spell every turn. Lost half a heart. I kind of like ticking time top. I wonder if it's too late for ticking time top. Losing 2 fights would be like we'd have to win a fight and then lose half a heart. That sort of thing. It's a little iffy. I'd feel better about it if I had a bit more health. I think I'm just gonna grab the Wand of Shielding. My ability is spell based. It's like buffing it a little bit. Speaking of buffing it a little bit. Close to the Tin Man popping off. How can you tell when you've gotten all the cards for a specific champion? Yeah, exactly. It'd be nice. You get a fancy border in the shop. Yeah, one of the awkward things about her is that she will buff your terrible champions that you want to swap out. Ooh. I feel like I should always be Lost in the Woodsing, but I kind of want the Ogre Magi. Yeah, this is all looking bad for me. This went about as well as it could have, and I still lost. Yeah, my spells that just give me more shops. I'm just like clicking jam on repeat to get more use out of her ability. Some toys, huh? Kind of looks like we're going to win this fight. It's a nice change of pace. Someone having a rougher game than we were. So I don't think we're going to win this run. We haven't been like scaling or anything. Oh, my order of operations was bad there. Dwarven Cart says every 4th treasure you collect also get an uncommon. I should have drafted that first and then the Dragon's Fangs. It would have a 2 right now instead of a 3. I would be closer to getting more sweet, sweet free treasure. That was a little hasty on my part. I could see grabbing Goldilocks. Papa Bear working with the Gemstone Garden. We're a little bit past that stage of the game. Having Goldilocks would be nice just to like flip it into a secret rare potentially. I think I'm just gonna Lost in the Woods though. Well, now I'll grab her. The dragon's a bit too chunky to get rid of. I could swap out the dragon. I could also swap out. Yeah, let's just swap the dragon out. Holy, almost 8 years. Hey, thanks, Uchiha. What a time to be alive indeed. This is kind of an interesting spot, because Two-Headed Wizard is more spells, and Abracadabra is also, excuse me, also more spells. Let's Abra. Better chance of getting to swap out the Goldilocks. Looks like I missed it, but it's okay. Hey, not bad. I'm actually winning more fights than I expected. I get the Two-Headed Wizard versus Lost in the Woods again. Well, sure. I was never gonna turn that down, huh? Okay. 46.70. I'll grab Elminster. And here's somebody with a real build. Gonna lose here. But we only lost half a heart, so it's not just me and Hogester yet. There's at least one other person. This seems excellent. We'll throw it on this Cowardly Lion, turn it into a Prospero, I suppose. And now we're no longer buffing slots, which is all Goldilocks cares about. So I'm going to True Love's Kiss her. Get a Drenna the Devourer. So Drevna cares about drafting characters from the shop, which is unfortunate because I've been just casting spells willy-nilly. But Prospero is triggering immediately, and that'll be nice. Oh, it is just me and Hogester now. Fair enough. The nice thing about that is we do have second place locked up. Axe, I guess. Might get that Elminster trigger here. You can pick up the characters to check out the slot buffs underneath them. So you can see that because I had that the slot buffer enhancer in that bottom corner, that's the best one to double. We're going to do that. We have no villains for the KO star. This is kind of just bad for me. I kind of feel like I should have just been taking characters for Drevna. Yeah, we're just looking not super alive. That's all right. Yeah, second place is not bad. Second place is not bad for this champion. I do think she like falls off at a certain part. And based on the early game, I thought we were gonna do worse too. Cool. Let's see what the champions are. Okay. Should I try Frowny the Clown? I think I've got gems. Yeah, I've got gems. Recruit the character with the lowest attack from the shop 3 times to get the common treasure, then upgrade this ability. Let's fucking do it. It's got to be the lowest attack. Okay, well, there's a tie here. So that counts. Now we got to get Mysterious Egg. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Egg life. Puck seems pretty good for this particular character. Next time we'll get an uncommon. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. I'm a big fan of taking stat-based relics in the early game. Especially at higher elo. It might be easier at lower elo. You might be able to get away with more scaling artifacts early on. Got to trade off there. And we got some flips. Let's do Magic Acorn. We got a couple. We got a support or two here, huh? I don't really want to draft an Evil Stepmother, even if I do get an uncommon treasure. Rose, on the other hand. This guy's kind of fun. Literally just dropped the other day, so it was my first time playing with him. I literally like read him for the first time in front of y'all here. I don't hate the nameless one. Quest, trigger 3 recruit abilities. Sure. Does meat in the tavern trigger the captain? I don't think so. It says the lowest attack from the shop. Yeah. The tavern's not the shop. Hey, EC, thanks for the sub. I've got you hooked on this game over the past week. Rip sleep. Oh no. Sorry, not sorry. What is a recruitability? Usually it's quite a bit better than this because you've been sweetening your candy. I guess I'll jam it. Hey, when you get a common treasure, you get an epic as well. Love that for me. Yep, there's less feel bad with getting terrible shops with this guy, because at least you can just, like, further that. I could see grabbing Sunflary over Tink here. Yeah, I'll do that. That is an early Drevna. That's gonna be causing some issues. There's another recruitability for Weensy. I guess I'll do that. Keep's kind of good. I don't know if I've ever gotten him this late where the candy was just not sweetened at all, but he does passively sweeten the candy, which is nice. Yeah, fuck it. When he dies, the golem also gets the recruiter stats, the support stats. Oh, speaking of supports, huh? Wait, which of these is doing more? The Sunflare by a little bit. Ooh, I immediately get rid of it. Yeah, let's go. Tiamat. Fair enough. Uh-oh, lost a full heart there. That's pretty brutal. Actually, is Medusa something I want? Not really. Maybe it's better than my nameless one here. Maybe it's better. Maybe I just need to get rid of this Weensy. I was really hoping to get that treasure. She's got kind of a good one. Spells you haven't cast yet. This game cast twice. I'm gonna swap her out. I'll try that out. I don't think Medusa's gonna save me. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. On that note, on the worst run of the eve, I'm done. Cheers, everybody. Much love. Catch you.